Job done.
Problems going on today.
Get ready to turn left. Turn left, and then turn left. Turn left.
Right, we're on the go. 53 hours, 50 minutes of driving time. Wow. It's a big one.
Keep left.
Yeah, after this wheel that I'm using, Fanatec McLaren wheel, my pedals broke several years ago, and I've never replaced the pedals. But this rather handily has got a throttle and a brake attached to the wheel. Which is what one would say is right-handed. Saves buying a Logitech.
Keep left.
I've got another wheel just down there, which I can attach to it. Slightly more suitable for the job, being round. But just with no pedals, so I'd have to use buttons on the side of it as pedals. Which is not ideal.
Keep left.
Yeah, this one's a bit of a beast. I'm not too sure whether I've got the restrictor on or the restrictor off, which could make it interesting if the restrictor is off, because this thing does shift along. I've not got it fully spec'd out for any kind of speed running, but I think my top speed would be about 90 miles an hour or something, which is for one of these, it's fast. I think I'm having a lot of issues tonight with my connection. PC1 is not having any problems, but PC2 seems to be having all sorts of issues going on at the minute.
Keep left.
Up until about 10 minutes before I started streaming, I was in a Renault. I think it was a Renault. No, DAF. The new DAF that I think is in the game, with like the one with the camera mirrors and whatever. It's still quite beefy in terms of power, like quite a beefy engine, but it doesn't have that comfort. You get used to a certain amount of, you know, that sort of a little bit of comfort. This seems to do less on the miles because you're less on the throttle, and it seems comfortable. It's like the Rolls Royce, isn't it? This, like the Rolls Royce of lorries. I was thinking about getting one of the little Renaults to see what they're sort of the smaller trucks, what they're capable of doing. Because when I started the game, I've got a few second-hand lorries, and it didn't take long before I reached the point of where I was grabbing, yeah, sort of up to the bigger truck, and it was ever since I got this one that I'm in now. I got it really, really cheap. It kept breaking down, and bit by bit I kept repairing it. Got it to a decent standard, and I'm stuck with it ever since. I'm not really too familiar with what mods or sites or wherever it is that you get stuff. I do a little bit every so often. I go for a little drive on the Truckers MP multiplayer site, which is quite interesting on its own. But I've got for ETS, I've got most of the. I think I've got all. Excuse me. I've got all of the maps. But it's like, so the rest of the mods or content that's available for it, I don't think that I've got it. So it's like the paint jobs and things. I haven't got very many of those, if any. I'm not too sure. I just found this game, like I've got it as like I'm doing other various racing games and whatever. So for me, like this time of night at like 20 minutes to 4 o'clock in the morning, just very, very relaxed. I did have a couple of, I can't remember what site it was. I'm the world's worst for that sort of thing, remembering where I got something. But I've got a few mods. I've got an old Volvo, a couple of old Volvo trucks. I've got an F88 and an F10. And oh, they want to pull me in. Don't know why they want to pull me in. I will be on weight. I've never seen it yet. I don't even think it's written into the game, is it? Where like you can actually be overweight. But we shall see. So yeah, I've got a couple of old trucks, and as soon as like we went to the version 1.50, these other trucks didn't work no more. Since found a video to see whether I can get them working again, but I haven't actually got round to it. But you know, I quite enjoy the game as it is. No stress, no worries. It's easy come, easy go. Here's I was the other night. I was in a Assetto Corsa competizione like room, and I just finished driving this, and it was the transformation between going back to like driving cars like really fast to just driving these for about 10-15 minutes or so. I couldn't get my head around the competition, the concentration levels that I needed. I was all over the place. Then I got into it, and it's like, then you come off of a serious game like that, then you start taking the racing line in like trucks. And I've got to the point where it was quite funny the other day, but I was like, right, okay, like, well, no, I'm a racing driver. I can drive. I'll be able to drive these trucks really fast. Every job was costing me 175k to repair the truck at the end of it, where I kept falling over and cab damage, and it's like, just keep it nice and easy. Right, put the limiter back on, keep it all at 56, drive it as it's supposed to be driven. No, don't want to do that. It gets boring. It's like, more speed? Thank you. Let's go. Because I've not seen it, so I've got this logistics on. Basically standard Scania. Big old thing. Have to get back into it before I crash. I can't remember what it was now. I've still got the truck, but I've got several trucks like now in the game. Like I've got a little fleet of little firm on the go. I can't remember my first truck. I'm not too sure whether it is the Iveco or whether it was the Renault. I can't remember. It was a very small truck, very underpowered, and I took it was about 17 tons, I think it was, and the whole journey was literally, the poor little thing was screaming. If it was a real truck in real life, it probably would have cried enough by the time I'd done 50-60 miles or so. It was quite a weird thing to actually get your head around, the fact that like the engine, it was just like flat out everywhere you was going. I mean, you had no speed, no, you know, it was just flat out. When I eventually got like a couple of the bigger trucks, I was expecting a lot more from the big Mercedes. When I got the Mercedes, the Actros, I was expecting a lot more from that, and it was like, it was quite underpowered actually. Like, but it was, yeah, a bit of a shock. Like this poor little truck, I thought if there was damage in the game, like a proper damage model in the game, like this poor truck just would have been annihilated. Like it just ended in flames. I've still got it somewhere in things. It's not even got the good tyres on it or nothing. It's just as it was, brand new. Again, like bought it not brand new. I bought it second hand, very, very cheap. First thing that I had to do with it was repair it, because it basically wouldn't get out of the yard. It just kept like, start it up, malfunction, start it up, malfunction, start it up, malfunction. Done a few journeys, did a couple of repairs on it, then did a full repair on it, which when I was first starting the game, a full repair, it was like I could have just bought a brand new lorry for that amount of money. Right, last time I tried to get from here, I'll give myself damage. But I've made it this time, I'm concentrating. But I should have, yeah, I should have researched the game a little bit more when I did. 26 tons we are today. Many years ago, well, not going to say not many years ago, about 15 years ago, I used to drive a ERF EC10, and it was for like a little parcel company, and it was literally every night. All I had to do was like 100 miles one direction and then 100 miles like the following direction. That was my night. It was like one of the best jobs that you could ever wish for, and it was like that poor thing just with. Like little Vic, it was not very well looked after. They didn't look after it particularly well, but it just seemed like it struggled like mad. And a friend of mine's got his own business, and he's got a big MAN. Like, there's a big juicy one and all that. He's got really nice truck. It is custom paintwork and artwork on the side of it, and it was like different. It was like day and night, and it was like I thought to myself, you know, you get a car is a car. You know, you have a big Bentley with a big engine in it. It's smooth and whatever. You have a small little smart car. The engine it like revs the nuts out of it. But it was like the difference for me. I didn't know anything else about like the trucks at all. That's the only one that I've sort of driven, other than like the ones on the licensing to actually get my test done, which I can't remember what they were now. Little Renaults, I think they were, and they weren't particularly like fantastic. But the poor old ERF, it just didn't seem like it had the grunt, the legs, the will, or the want. It was again, like every time that you got it thing, parked it up, it was like it was relieved that you'd finished the day. It was like ridiculously not very good for diesel. And just instead of going all the way through it, I can just shimmy round it, can't I? I'm not going through it all the time. But it was good. Like, it's kind of weird. You become friends with them, don't you? It's like, they're better than women on occasions. Oh, there you go. See, whacked it. You think for a unit, you think 140 horsepower. It's like, what can you do with 140 horsepower? sharp bend. Confirmed to me there that I've definitely got the restrictor off on this thing. We was up to 70 miles an hour there, and it's getting a bit fast, especially for these type of roads. A few twists and turns in it. About 10 years ago now, I'd have to ask my missus how long ago it was, about 10 years, 11 years ago, I gave up my licence for these. Well, I just didn't like the medicals, I didn't go for the medicals, and I basically relinquished it. Just purely, crazy, moment of madness, but I hadn't used it for like several years. And I was just earning more money in the UK. Life was a bit strange, still is a bit weird. I was earning more money with a small van than what I was doing working for a firm, hauling up and down. Yeah, I think there was no justification, like in this class of thing. Things have improved a little bit. I'm well out of the loop now to know. But with the amount of restrictions and things and whatever, we got to a certain point in the UK where, like, working for a company driving big loads like this, unless you had all your special licenses for all your special loads and things, this was just like a regular paying job. There was no reward for like the experience and the knowledge you had to gain and all the effort that had gone through your training to get to where you got to. The job wasn't worth the money, and it was, you know, so, and I think to this day we've still got, you know, we still have a bit of a shortage of like heavy goods drivers, because it's still not really the paying job that it should be. In many cases now it is literally like a poor lonely man's, or lonely lady, depending on whether you drive it. But if you don't really want much of a life, you can earn a few quid by just keeping your truck on the road and just keep going, do your thing, get your brakes, carry on going, never go home. You earn some money, make sure that you've got a load coming back from every town. But it's a shame. It's not the job that it kind of used to be.
Keep right and then exit right.
Having said that though, like if
Exit
I
right.
want to be over here, don't I? If I had a few quid now to go and redo everything, like there's a possibility that I would actually redo it. You play a game like this and it reignites a small little spark, and you think,
Keep left.
maybe. That for me like a fascinating thing in the kind of like in the US, because it's like US and Canada and a lot of other places, we don't have the restrictions on driving like we do in Europe.
Go straight on.
Is that I often would wonder what it'd be like to just have a freelance, like where you could just basically drive. You know, it's for like the UK, you know, we're talking, you know, some of the big, massive, long journeys, some of the biggest ones that you do are like, they're less than 1,000 miles. Go through that red light. Which in the greater scale of like journeys across Canada and the US is like, it's a short haul journey.
Keep left. Right.
Hi there, I'm not even going to attempt
Exit
to pronounce that name. Let's have a look, hold on. I know, Zavogad. I I don't want to embarrass myself too much by getting all everybody's names. Just call you X. X. It's good to have you here. Thank you for stopping in. Oh no, it's like you always feel good if you get a name and you get it right. It always feels good when you get a name and you get it right. But it's like the beautiful thing. I find the beautiful thing about doing this is people have the most amazing names, and you're either a bit brave and you try and pronounce the name, or you chicken out like I do most of the time and will just abbreviate it or shorten it to something that is a bit more, I don't know. I won't, like an hour's time, I still won't remember. But a few years, I was tripping up. I'll get people's names wrong at work. Like, terrible for it.
Keep right, and then exit right.
I'm not X. Zavo. Would
Right.
Savo do? Do I have to go through here? Oh, that's tight. Yeah, right. That's good. We won't call you that no more. Zavo, like, I've got it. One other thing I would really love to do in the next few weeks or so, I would need to really invest in a much bigger monitor. We're over there, so I can actually see the chat. A tiny little 10-inch screen 3 feet away from me. Yeah, that was my bad. I'll stand up and take a good stone in for that one. It's like, Zavo is much better. No, we all like to be called nice things, and there's nothing worse than being called something you don't like being called. That's why it's always nice for me to get the names right. Which way am I going? I'm going this way, I believe. Yeah, it's a Fanatec GT3 racing wheel. I've got another wheel extension that clips on over there, but I can only use this because it's got throttle and the throttle and brake is on there because my pedals have broken. So as I can't use the pedals, I'm now waiting for an adapter to be delivered. So I can use a spare set of pedals that I have for an older system. But it's like for this old truck, this big beefy Scania, the kind of racing wheel kind of suits it a little bit. What I would really like to get within the next few, by the end of the year, I would like to get the Moser, the wheel that's got the truck wheel on it. I'm not too sure which truck they've based it on. I think it might be a Volvo wheel, but they've got a lovely wheel out for it. It's like, is it overkill? Is a wheel a wheel? Does the job. I'm only using this, literally only using this one because I've got a throttle and brake on each thing here, so like everything's in the hand. I've got no pedals. At the moment, I'm experimenting with some different cameras with different settings to find out which. I've got a third camera just for there, which I don't really need that one. One camera's a bit dark. I can't seem to get much more of the settings. It needs more light. The other camera seems to be okay with the amount of light that I've got. So it's just a lot of trial and error. See how things work. See what looks best when I watch this back later on, is to find out, like, in terms of, so if the picture quality is better on one, do I buy the lighting? Do I save like money and not buy the lighting and just use the other camera? I think that's okay. Is the position okay? It's like, oh, we'll work it all out over time and work out what's kind of best. Is it best up there, the camera? Is it best over here? All different things. So we're doing a little bit of trial by error all at the same time. Yeah, and the really funny thing is the camera on the right is a cheap camera. It's just a small little everyday webcam, whereas the other one on the left hand side is quite an expensive Sony camera. But it sets itself up okay. I've got some more lights up there. If I turn the other lights on, then the other camera seems to work better. So it's just a case of working it all out, getting it all done at the other end of the room where all this rig is and everything will be going in a few weeks' time. Right at the other end of the room is the green screen. So it's like, once I get the camera sorted out and sort the screens out as well, it's like, I don't know what I need a pro to come in and sort this out for me, like somebody that knows what they're doing, like with like the streaming setup. Plus occasionally, only occasionally, don't tell no one, while there's only a few people, maybe 2-3 people in here at the minute. If I use the dark cat, it saves me tidying up. I'll just have me. I'll put my wipers on. I'll put my lights on. Because I've got this terrible. My keyboard is way over there. It's about another 4. Over here it is. It's my keyboard. So when I'm leaning right across to get to my keyboard, and there's been many a time I've caused myself multiple amounts of damage on the truck by leaning over and trying to do something on the keyboard. So I'll set my journey off, and every time I set a journey off, I put my lights on, I put my wipers on, and then get merrily on my way. I tried. Now you have to forgive me. I am a right noob when it comes to sort of doing stuff like this. So I can do stuff. Apparently, it will only work. I can't have stuff on the wheel and use the keyboard at the same time. I just have to use just the wheel. To which then I've only got 6 buttons to assign stuff to on the wheel itself, so I presume 6 buttons would be enough. I might be able to get a couple more. How many have I got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I might be able to get kind of up to 10 things on here to do it, but then I would need a list in front of me to like what I've got. So I'll just try and keep it for the moment, for the foreseeable future and in time being, and like as easy as possible. Because what the intention was, I was going to buy a button box that I could have just about here, and on that button box I'll have like everything that I basically need. So that means the lights, the like headlights, just kind of everything, the CB radio, just kind of everything, hopefully on a button box, either there or either here. Can't remember what would, or I've not thought about it yet, to be honest. What would be better for me is like whether it's that side or whether it's this side. But as I've got a big screen set up in front of the heel. The wheel is the Fanatec McLaren GT3 wheel. It's got quite a bit on it. Like I said before, the main thing for me is the throttle and brake that's on it. Switching the dynamic switch on the front to like throttle and brake gives me a little go. My pedals are down there, bless them. But they've got the potentiometers. They've got old style Fanatec pedals, and the potentiometers inside them have completely and utterly gone. I've had them repaired a couple of times, but it's literally it seems like every couple of hours you get repaired, then they screw up again, they get repaired again, then they screw up again, and I'm done like with that set of pedals now. I've got a cable coming for an old set of pedals. Mr. Forward,
Keep left.
you ledge. What are you doing here, watching me drive this lorry? These other people, these very nice people that are in here, if you guys haven't seen this fella, this Steve Forward, if you haven't seen this fella play guitar or seen like a music stream, there ain't nothing like it. The best of the best of the best of the best. Not even open for discussion. Oops. I keep this streaming thing, Steve, is hard. There ain't no easy. There's no easy thing to do. Nothing is easy. I've got 3 monitors set up here to play this wonderful game. My chat is way over there, and it's like I'm discovering the flaws in my driving skills. That if I look at the Twitch chat over there, I tend to waddle across the road over here and crash. And occasionally, like if I look over there in my mirrors that way, I'm swerving all over the road going that way. Foxy. I'm not sure whether I don't know whether I've seen anybody else play with a 3 monitor setup.
Keep right.
I
And
think
then
there are
exit
other
right.
people that do it, because like what you do is so the capture, you just capture the center screen. So with the center screen
Right.
currently at the minute is I can't see. So what you're seeing, I can't. All I can see is a steering wheel. I can't see out my mirrors or nothing, using just the one screen. So with a triple screen setup, I obviously get to see like mirrors and everything else, and kind of makes the experience a little bit easier. And not only that, I'm a wimp. I've got used to this, like playing with 3 screens.
Get ready to turn left.
So when I turn it off and go back to just a kind of a normal setup, it's like, I can't do this. So it's like what I'm doing now, looking into maybe another monitor. I want to try and get a low level monitor. So where my keyboard is, down there, I want the monitor in front of me there. I've got one that I tried with over there, which was an LCD monitor. Not the best thing in the world to try and solve that situation. The LCD monitor didn't work whatsoever. The concept would work, but not with an LCD monitor. Whereas I could then mount a monitor above the other monitors up there, but that would then actually be, I think, would be too high, and it would need to be a pretty big monitor for me to see it. So we will get it though. We will eventually suss it all out. I've bought another keyboard drawer, so I can remove my keyboard from there and put it down here on a slide, so it slides underneath. I've got that. There's a bracket on here that I can fix to this wheelbase, that I can put a phone or attach a phone to it there. So the problem is my phone that's down there, the battery is completely annihilated on it. Like as soon as I take it off charge, it will, about 20 minutes, battery will be dead. And I'm cracking on a bit now. My eyesight's not quite as good as what it used to be. So screens that size, I can't see. Hence why in front of me here, whoops, Daisy. My screens I've got here are 32 inches. The screen I've got over there for my chat is 27 inches. But again, it's an LCD screen and I can't quite get the angle to it. But I'll give it a little while. Once the millions upon millions of subs start flowing through and I become rich, like Mr. Beast, you're a fraud, but once I become rich, I will sort out this rig, well, after it's moved up the other end of the room.
Keep right.
But we shall see. I like that other fella, I can't think of his name now. This fella does trucks in on the net. He has a camera behind him,
Okay.
but he also has like 50-inch screens or something like that. It looks super uber realistic. Simmerman or something he's called. Setup looks fantastic. It's like, I want that, I want. My eyesight's not the greatest. I have what you call like ocular migraines. So I don't get any pain. It's a slightly different type of migraine. But from time to time, I will get an attack which is basically goes cloudy. I'll get like a white spot that forms dead in front of me. It's what made me retire from being a hitman. Is I'll basically get a white cloudy spot in front of my eyes. Occasionally I'll get some brightly coloured kind of lightning effects that will roll round it. But I'll get peripheral vision. I can see out of the sides, but just kind of not in front of me. But each time that cracks on, bit by bit, and you know, and I'm getting on a bit now in terms of like age. My eyesight's kind of not what it was. I can see my keyboard and everything, but if I was like to, it's easy, does it? If I was to get this and like try and read, if I was to try and read that writing that's at the bottom of there. Where am I? Over there. Swerving, Mervyn. Read that. Oh, crikey! See, this is why I said don't look at the cameras. I swerve all over the place. I can't read that at all. I've got some really strong sort of like reading glasses, but they're starting to expire. They're getting a little bit out of date and they need redoing. And but I'm really good at spotting stuff on the horizon. So yeah, the Oculus, they're not, you know, they're not the greatest thing in the world. They was very worrying. Didn't know what was going on, like, you know, and then it was, so I went to see a specialist, and the specialist was saying that could be potentially having like micro strokes and whatever. So they did more tests, and it was like if it was doing this, if you was receiving this kind of pattern or this kind of thing, it would be more dangerous
Keep right.
than what it is if
And
you was
then
getting
exit right.
this type of pattern. And it's like, but the fortunate thing is for me
Right.
is I know when they're coming. I get a good half an hour, 40 minutes
Keep right.
before
And then exit right.
before it actually hits. So it's kind of weird to say the least, but I will get a little flicker, a tiny little flicker in the corner of an eye. So when you see a bit of bad graphics in the corner, you see a little bit of graphics flicker. It's kind of like that. I'll get a very minute flicker going on, and it just starts getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Don't know there. Have I just jumped the queue? I was so tired as well. Oh, 40 minutes. That would be nice if it was 40 minutes. 40 hours of journey time left. It's a good job that's not 40 hours real world time. Coming up to another border crossing, so more payments, more get your papers. I can't go through the middle of this one either. Yeah, it can be, but it's not as annoying for me as what it is to try and reach all the way over there and press P. Whereas I could satisfy that criteria, I guess I could like go into the settings and put like rain on 100%. Right, I'm going to take a small
Never mind. I'll find a new route.
break here. Don't need fuel.
Keep right, and then exit right.
Just need to have, well, I don't really need to have a rest. I've got plenty of time for the rest, but I need to refuel with human fuel. I need more coffee. So. Find a parking spot. There should be a parking spot roughly here somewhere. Smile there. This one here, I shall be right back in about 3 minutes time. I'm just going to make a nice, lovely, beautiful cup of coffee. Right, there we go. Down to 1. You have a 2-minute break and everybody fucks off. Right. Crack on. Did I get that damaged?
Keep right. Recomputing.
I knew these didn't work. I know they didn't work, but hey ho. Have some Bruce's. On the road again. Singing's not my strong point. Yeah, I've still got so much setting up to do. Don't know whether certain bots and things that I've got, I don't think I've got them set up on that PC there. I think they're set up on this one. Like typical me, getting everything all backwards. I create myself some scenes and whatnot and put them on this PC to do like, and it's like, no, they don't go on this one. They go on that one. Got to copy them all now and like take them over and put them over and put them on there and see whether it works. That works. I'll have to have a look later. Me not very good at this stuff.
Keep right, and then exit right. Exit right.
These checkpoints, there's rather a lot of these checkpoints that prop up every so often now. I've only just got all of this DLC that with this on. Nearly forgot to turn up myself. I've forgotten to put the music on. Forgot to sort the bots out. To find out now, do Twitch do a World's Worst Streamer award for the year? I want to win that one. That's the one I want. I don't want the best streamer. I want to win the coveted worst streamer. Well, that might be the end of the checkpoints for a while. We might be able to get up to a bit of speed now. Crack on a little bit into this journey. Growing this beard recently, and it's like this beard has just decided that right now it's going to get to that really annoying length. Itchy and irritating. Another couple of days would be fine. We would have passed that stage. Be able to shape it.
Keep right, and then exit right. Exit right.
Should be enough room. Thank you.
Keep right.
Just enough room to squeeze a small one past there. Set that to auto, that might make the steering a little bit better. One of the really interesting things, driving at night time, you get the sense of that light above my monitors that's up there is now really, really bright.
Keep left.
Go straight through this one. I think I can.
Keep left.
Chugging along at fair speed now. They're making some ground. very important, girls and boys, not to do anything else whilst driving, okay? Includes no using your mobile phone, no drinking cups of tea, no waving at people. Another checkpoint. Altogether, I started about 7 years ago streaming, did a year or so playing a couple of games, and then lost interest in it. Effectively, like really and truthfully about it, I got a real job, so it knocked it on the head.
Turn right.
And then I had another little go, and it's like then I stopped again, then another little go, then I stopped again. It's like a bad. It's like a bad friend streaming. It just keeps coming back every so often, and it's like you realise that you actually quite enjoyed it, and then you realise about all the work that needs to be put in that you don't want to put in, and that but you should put in, and then it all goes a bit complicated. It gets a little bit messy, and then I get all disheartened and go, "Oh no, I'm not doing it no more." And then 3 months later, I go, "Oh, I'll do it again." It's like. So it was quite a while ago. My first game that I was streaming was World of Warships. I was doing that for a while. It was a game that the game itself, World of Warships, made me very, very angry. And it wasn't a very good idea to stream that type of content. Even though I'd probably been stinking rich by now, like with like some of the shorts that I could have created from that. Wow. A little while ago, I was doing. So I can't remember now. Actually, it was like the last year or the year before. I was doing some music streams. About a year and a half before that, I was doing did a couple of racing sims streams. Not very many, 5 or 6 I think it was. It was like R Factor and Assetto Corsa. Then I did some music. Was doing some music streams, and it was I was quite happy doing some music and whatever. But then also, at the same point, there are people doing music streams which are way above my level and pay grade, and it's more fun to watch people that know how to do it and can do it proper than what it is to try and struggle and wade through toffee to kind of do it yourself. Now with the eyesight and various other couple of nothing spectacular, I can't really keep to a legit schedule. It'll be, if I'm up for it, I'll just press stream and away we go. If I feel a bit rough and a bit ropey, it's like I don't have to press it. If I get 3 people in watching, happy days, welcome aboard. If I get 300 people in it, I'll be cracking a bottle of champagne. It's just finding the right thing, the right topic, the right thing to do. I'm too old for like a lot of these other games, you know, it's the youngsters' world, like playing some of them games. Too old, I can't keep up with them. Even with a racing sim now, I'll be doing a Assetto Corsa tomorrow night. It's more of a case now about surviving and reaching the finish line in one piece than what it is actually driving the car flat out. Like now, it's like that's the new level. It's just kind of is what it is. But it's for some reason, for some bizarre reason, God knows why, I really like just driving this up and down. There's no pressure, there's no stress. You drive, you know, well within your limits too. You drive, keep your things sensible. The game doesn't fleece you in terms of money, so not like a lot of other games where you'll reach a certain peak of like how much money you earn and then you just start losing money for no reason, and you can't recuperate that money. This game, you just carry on earning. Not that I need to carry on like earning. I've bought all the garages on the map. I think I've got something like 170 trucks and drivers that I sort of employ. Just gives me a nice platform to basically just be relaxed. Yeah, WoWs is a funny game. It's, for me, World of Warships has got the possibility that it could actually be a really, really, really good game if they decided to put the effort into it and spend a bit of time. The first thing I think they would need to do is they would need to move away from the RNG generator system that they use within the game, because it basically means it's not about whether you're good at the game or whatever. It depends what you want out of a game, to be honest, but you don't have to be good, because it's like what the computer decides. The computer decides whether you've got a good shot, not actually you. And the computer decides whether you're going to get what's a good shot for you, not actually what the player has shot. All you do is like literally aim at your target, and from the second that you press fire, it's all down to the RNG generator then as to what happens. So you could get stuck in a luck loop. The game on a whole, World of Warships, is designed for all players to be as equal as possible. But the bad bug that comes with that is the people that started the game 7-8 years ago when it first came out have got like a decent win rate, and it will never change, because the number each time that you go so far moves to like decimal places behind it. So the more matches you have, the further that decimal point moves along, the longer it takes for like somebody with a really big win ratio, like 65-70% win ratio. It's going to be rare as anything for them to lose that ratio and be knocked down a few pegs. The amount of defeats and wins that they need to make to start making a difference is quite a lot, you know. So you might need to have 10 wins to make 0.1%, depending on how many games that you've played. And the same for like if you've defeats. So if you've only got like a 40% win rate, for you to reach 50% win rate, you would think, all right, that's 1,000 wins, but it's not. The reality of that would be it's probably 4,000 wins. But it could be a good game. Submarines, they need to work submarines. Like, need to have better detection on it for ships. Okay, make it hard for you to hit them, but at least you must know that in a game, I know it goes against the things of the idea of what submarines are all about, but at least you must know that something's operating within the area. For me, the concealment of like DDs. I've had it where I've been torpedoed by a DD that appears literally 2.5 2.6 miles in front of me. And it's like, well, I'm not being funny, but it's like when I stand on the coast, like I can see a rubber dinghy being launched from France, from like where I am, and it being 15 miles over in the sea, and you can see this bright orange dot slowly swimming towards you. You know, you will see that ship when like from 2 kilometers away, whether it's in a smoke thing or whatever it is, you would see it. You'd know it was there. You might not still be able to avoid it and its tactics or whatever it is, but you'd know it's there. And it just needs a big, I think if it had its classic rework, it would be kind of on par, and if not level or just as like a decent a game then as the other one. I've forgotten his name now. Oh dear. Slap me in the face with a wet fish. What's it called, that other game? War Thunder. That's a much better thing. You actually, like, you need to aim at the target, and it's not the computer says like what you do there. It's a random generator. It's like how well you've aimed it. And it's like, you know, for me, it's a slightly more enjoyable game. I don't play it. I haven't played it now for years, War Thunder. But it was like, it was encourageable then. I only stopped playing it because I went to World of Warships. And I spent and invested a load of time in World of Warships. And then just basically got fed up with it. Fed up with the fraud. It's like £58 or, you know, like $70 for a ship. It's like, come on. Well, that's my little World of Warships rant. You watch, I'll be playing it at the weekend now. Yeah. I've seen it so many times. Well, a couple of years ago, I sent them quite a detailed like email in there, like through a ticket, about what I thought would be a better way to engineer the game, so that you didn't get players that would come in and just buy a tier 10 ship and whatever. And if they did come in and just buy it, so you know, the rich person's playground of it, where they come in and buy all the tier 9 ships that you can get, and there's just straight in. It's like, I always thought, well, okay, you need to have X amount of battles before you do anything. So you enter at tier 1. Tier 1 is a great tier. It needs to be updated a little bit to make it like an enthralling, exhilarating experience to be at tier 1, because it's quite funny. It's quite, you know, because people, you're not frightened of the ships or anything. Like, you know, you get hurt, you're going to get blitzed, but everyone goes on the offensive at tier 1. Nobody runs and camps and hides and whatever. Everybody's on the offensive. But it's like, you should absolutely have to have, you know, at least, I don't know, like you've got to have 500 battles like at tier 1 before you can progress to tier 2. And then tier 2, you've got to have, you know, another 500 battles before you can progress for tier 3. And then so you get to the point of where you've got to have at least 5,000 battles under your belt before you can apply even, or whatever, or spend a bit extra on premium gaming to be able to access 8, 9 and 10 and play with the good things. It stops all of that thingy. And again, vice versa, if you've got 10,000 battles under your account, you can't go seal clubbing at tier 1. I thought it was a very fair proposal. If I dig it out, like, I'd still find it on the thing of like what I wrote. It was a really, really long email, and all I got from them back was thank you very much for your suggestions. We don't think that we'd be implementing any new things like that anytime soon. But it's like, bless it, it still holds a little special place in my heart, World of Warships, and I think if they invested in it and did a few little changes, it could be a really, really good game that is, you know, gets you in, you know, properly ignited, because it's got all the potential.
Right, and then exit right.
Oh, right, so, yeah, what I said for tier 10.
Exit right.
Now, obviously, I think you should have a certain amount of battles under your belt before you can actually play like 8, 9 and 10. And then to play 8, 9 and 10, that's where you invest in your premium time. That's where I think you should invest in your premium time. But also, if you have got tier 10s and you've got like 5,000 battles under your belt, then you can't go back to like tier 1 and like just annihilate all the new players. Now, World of Warships, Wargaming, have got millions upon millions of registered players, but only ever at sort of most times. And you think this is globally, this is worldwide. Like, at best, half the time, there's only 20 to 30,000 people playing it out of the millions and millions and millions of people that have actually registered for the game. And that's, like, for me, that is because there are things that are fundamentally wrong, that you allow players that have got 30,000 battles to go to like tier 1 and just destroy anybody that comes in that's new, that's trying to learn the game. So you're off to a bad start, because you've already, you know, got minus 50 on your win rate to start with. So I think they need to look at it and make it fairer, so players with certain amount of battles, you get lifted. So, you know, after you've done 1,000 battles, your first 1,000 battles, you've got access to tiers 1, 2 and 3. Even playing field. Everyone that's in there is roughly similar. You know, so 500 battles, tier 1, and then another 500 battles, you get to tier 2. So you've got 1,000 battles under your belt then. You're now completing like up to tier 3. For me, you'd need to then get another 1,500 battles on there from tier 3, which will then unlock like 4, 5, 6 and 7 for you to compete at. And then once you've done that, you go to tier 10. But once you're at tier like 8, 9 and 10, you can't go back to 5, 6 and 7, because like 8, 9 and 10, like for me, would be like premium tiers. You invest your premium time in like 8, 9 and 10 to play those. So if you want to go back to like the regular tiers, you will get some kind of like handicap applied to you, because you're considered to be with that many battles under your belt, you'd be considered to be a pro player. So it's a little bit weird, like me trying to explain it, because I think I'm not the world's greatest person at trying to explain stuff. it gets a little bit mixed up at times. Yeah, well, the matchmaking issue just arrives because, like, the matchmaker just picks the ships. It tries to balance up the ships. The matchmaker has got no idea what upgrades people have put on their ships, and it has got no idea what captains or what captain skills people have got. It just literally matches it like top trumps on basically the numbers that they get from the boat. So the numbers should match, but they won't ever match perfectly, because for like an RNG system to work, it always has to do an offset. There's always got to be an offset, otherwise every game would end up being a draw. So it has a thing in it where it will offset the number. So as far as like literally the matchmaker will go, it only knows what the ships are. Doesn't know what mods you've put on the ships. It doesn't know what calculators, what skills that you've got on it. It doesn't know. It just takes that. So it doesn't take any relation into like what player, what skills any of the players have. And it's kind of, for me, it's kind of a little bit of a shame if they was to explore that area a little bit more. And I think they've tried a few times. They've not nailed it yet. I think they have tried, so we'll give them some credit. They have tried some scenarios. But it's the unfortunate thing about how it was programmed. It's what is it, 8 years old now, that game. And it's just, everything that new comes out is a patch over a top of a patch over a top of a patch, and there's things that are broken, to which would need, effectively, the game would just need a whole rewrite. They'd have to make Mark II version of the game to get everything to work correctly. So it's like you can have your free to play. The game's free to play anyway. Like for me at the moment, if I logged on now, I haven't got any premium time, so I'll go into it. But the game's no different. My shells still do the same amount of damage. It's just what I score. Your actual physical scoring slower, which would make.
Go straight on.
Crash. Oh, that avoided it. Which is going to make your. Need to find somewhere to park and go to sleep. I need to. There's a handy one coming up. I've forgotten what I was going to say there. Distracted me like the snooze I need to take. Yeah, so you can have all your free to play. It just means that it takes you ages to like level up. I mean, I've got 400 ships or whatever, so it's not really important for me now really to like grind through. I've got ample. I think there's only 2 lines after various resets that I've done. I think it's only like Italian cruisers and Italian battleships I've got left to get before I've got all of the tech tree ships again. Yeah, they did it a few years ago. They did I think they did a crazy thing. At one point, a few years ago, it was only like 1 tier difference. You'd get tier 9s and 10s, 8s and 9s, 7, and then they simplified it. So then you ended up with 7, 8s and 9s, and like, so as soon as you get to like tier 6 now, you go to a tier 6 battle, you could end up with 4, 5, 6s or 6, 7, 8s, depending which way round they decided to, whichever way it goes. And it's like sometimes it's not worth it. Like I found it extremely frustrating when I was at tier 8 and I've got my Massachusetts or I've got my Tirpitz or I've got my Bismarck and I'm just getting obliterated from a ship on the baseline, you know, like a Conqueror or a Montana or whatever it is, which has got over double the shell capacity explosion damage of like what I've got, but also got over double the damage in terms of like its range. I mean, a ship that my Tirpitz, I think, was, I can't remember off the top of my head, so forgive me if I'm wrong, but I think it was 21 kilometres, like absolute maximum. My Massachusetts, I think, is 18 kilometres, and I think my Bismarck is about 18 kilometres. Whereas you get the, like a Montana or a Thunderer or whatever, and like they're like 30, 32 kilometres with a spotting plane or like whatever, and it's like, that's a colossal thing. It means you can't even get involved in it and whatnot, which took me back again to another post that I put in a forum about damage being relative.
Keep left.
So if it, like a Montana is aiming at a tier 10 ship, it's got its full capabilities. Complicated to do, I understand.
Go straight on.
But if a Montana is then firing at a tier 8 ship, it will only do relevant damage of up to tier 8 damage to it. Yeah, what it does, so when you notice that your number for that ship, it will have, say like for a tier 3, it will come up, it will say it's got 17,000 hit points. You do the upgrade on the hull, and that will take it up to like 21,000 hit points, 22,000 hit points, for argument's sake, which then puts that in the category of what the lower end of a tier 4 ship would be. So it kind of, that's how it sort of, that's how it balances it out and makes it in, you know, so as far as they're concerned, that's what makes it okay for like a tier 3 to fight a tier 4, and then vice versa, the tier 4 reaches a level where it fights a tier 5. I think that's kind of, I think that's how it works a bit more. It's a bit like, in terms of how they work it out, it's like Top Trumps, like the game of Top Trumps. But as, you know, the guys, bless them, they won't do nothing with that game for as long as that there's people that make the purchases and buy the gamble boxes and do all that malarkey. Whilst there's people still doing that in the world, then they won't change. There's nothing they need to change, because they might not be making the money that they want to make, but they're most certainly still making money. You know, and good luck to them. Like, you know,
Go straight on.
it's a good game, really good game at times. It's like, and the best thing is, it's a fantastic game when you're winning. It's absolutely brilliant when you're winning. When you go on a run and you have like 10 straight defeats, like that can get very demoralising. And it's very rare that you'll go on a run where you'll get 10 straight victories. And when it does happen, you think you're on a crest, or you still feel super confident, you log off the game, you log on the following day, like, and then you get like, it eliminates, you'll be back again, back to square one. 10 straight defeats to start the day off, like, and you'll be all depressed and breaking your keyboard and whatever. And it's like the community as well. The community on the whole, the community is quite great. But crikey, the forum. When you used to go into the forum was was a hell of terrible place to be. You just literally have people in there, like you'd put in a legitimate thing about something or other, a concern that you'd got, and you'd make a legitimate post, and your post would, you know, say for instance you mentioned about the dispersion of German battleships. Like, could you just tone it down a little bit on the German on the battleships so the dispersion wasn't so bad? And you would, like, your answers, you would get trolled something rotten by people like just saying, oh, learn to aim, get good, like do this, do that, like whatever. And it was like all you're looking for there was like a nice legitimate answer for like a legitimate question you put up. There's no need for, you know, people to respond in that kind of way in the forums. And now, like, the same thing, you go into the Discord, put a thing in the Discord, it's like everybody in the Discord is like 2 years old, they've just learnt to speak. It's like kind of poor, really, that humans have evolved like that. It's quite shocking. And they don't do nothing about it. Unless you troll one of them, like, and they ban you. I've seen them banning a few people, but it's like, oh, blimey, you know, I've got to do some stuff. But that's what I think anyway. I still think it to this day. If they was to make a Mark II, slightly Mark II version of the game, introduce a bit more skill based, less RNG based, make the gameplay a bit more exhilarating, and make it feel like you're actually enthralled in a battle. Take away, max all this big damage, your big 30k, 40k hits and things, get rid of them. Like, make it so each player, years ago you used to have like, you'd have battleships in the middle of the map doing circles, like just firing at one another until, like, who took the most hit points and whatever, because everything wasn't quite as sensitive and as bad as like what it is now. You don't see brawling no more. Very rare do you see, like, you know, a couple of battleships or a couple of cruisers brawling. Very rare. It's a shame. Oh, adverts. Adverts, you gotta love them. At least I'll get enough to buy myself an ice cream out of this through adverts. Very cheap ice cream, but at least I'll get one.
Straight on.
Straight on. Sorry, Mr. Car, don't overtake me. Good.
Keep left and then continue straight on. Go straight on.
Yeah. I mean, I fell for it like a few years ago. I was spending a small fortune like on that game. It's like, especially when you get caught in the grinding and then you do a reset for research points, because you want research, you want to get all the research bureau ships. And obviously the easiest, quickest way to do it is to have premium time. And it's like, then you get things like the dockyard events now, where you now need a constant supply of doubloons in the game to get all the little luxuries that you want.
At the roundabout, take the second exit.
Which is, some people, they come under a bit of stick sometimes for it, but I think, well, they could do it a better way. But yeah, I kind of support them. They do need to have a facility of where they can earn money. And I think it's taken them quite a long time. But in recent times, I think they've now got some reasonable programming staff. Not just kids that have fallen out of school now. They've been there a little while, and some have got some experience now.
Go straight up.
And they're starting to get some nice things. It's like the graphics updates and things that we've had have been really good. Some of them have been excellent, and there's still subtle little things that they work on. But it's like part and parcel, the nature of the game now. It's a free-to-play game, and it is achievable if it's free-to-play. I can't remember, somebody worked it out. I can't remember who it was now. But they turn around and like, so if you averaged a win rate of like 50-50, is like how many years it would be before you completed like all of the tech tree ships and all of the tech tree lines and the captains and whatever.
At the roundabout, take the first exit.
It was quite alarming. It's like the difference, it like goes down by 2/3 with premium time. It knocks it down considerably. Plus then you've got your multipliers of your flags and things that you put on, and all your boosters. I did 2 years on there where I never put a single flag or booster on. I just played with a default naked ship basically, just to build up a huge stock. And it was a massive stock, but it took like 6 months to like empty it with like all the multipliers placed on it. I've run out in next to no time. Like the signals and things, when the signals were like the in things to have and whatever, I run out of them. It was quite alarming, like how quickly I run out. And it's like, yeah, they give you some, but they don't give you enough. But then should they give you any at all, should it be that you just buy them, or you buy a package that's got them, or whatever it is? You buy a monthly package, a yearly package, daily package. Up to you. Endless possibilities of how they could do it. But there's quite a lot. They've got quite a few ways now to make you invest money. And that's the worst thing. All games, with the exception of this, Truck Simulator even, in the relative scale of things, is like what I would call now is a cheap game. The DLCs are not expensive, especially when they're in a sale. There's not that many DLCs to get. Yeah, most of the trucks, well, all of the trucks are in the game kind of thing anyway. And it's a like Truck Simulator, a relatively cheap game. So for me, with my current circumstances at the moment, this would be the preferred weapon of choice to play. But then if I do win the Euro Millions, I'll get cracking again with World of Warships. I'll be installing it at the weekend anyway, so... Yeah, for this, I've got... a couple of weeks ago, I've finished it all off, so I think I've now got all of the map DLCs. So the only one that I'm waiting for to come out now is the Greece one, and I don't know whether they're going to add anything to the Nordic Adventures one, whether that's going to be any more added to that, or whether it's just, I'm not too sure. Waiting to see when that comes out. But I've been reading quite a bit of hype about the Greek add-on coming out, which I think basically completes Europe then, doesn't it? But then, like, for me, what I would love to see in the perfect world is then make a crossover between this and American Truck Simulator, where I can drive my little truck. I think you can with Pro Mods. I'm not too sure. Like, I don't know much about Pro Mods. I only heard about it a couple of weeks ago for the first time, which shocked me. But I know you can do Canada and things from Pro Mods, but can you, like, is it possible in Pro Mods that you can get like a boat from Ireland or something that takes you to the US? I'm not sure. But if they could integrate the two games somehow, the game would be huge, wouldn't it? It'd be massive. Jump in my little Scania and take me Scania to New York. On Euro Truck Simulator, I have got all the DLC apart from like paint jobs and things, and I think I've got one cargo pack missing or something. I've got the heavy haulage load. I haven't got the new JCB one yet, and there's the other one which is like the carrier of big stuff. I haven't got that, but all the maps I've got the so it's like I've got the pretty much like everything as far as the map goes, apart from like, obviously Ireland and like whatever, they haven't got it. I think they're going to do some more for Scotland. I don't know, but we've got this bit up here coming, ain't we? Soon. This is like the Nordic one they're doing. Not sure whether we'll get anything from over here. We've got Greece coming, which is like down here somewhere. Down there somewhere is Greece, in it down there. This bit and a bit of that bit. I'm not sure. So other than that, I've kind of got everything. So I only got this lot over here the other day. So hence I've not, there's not much of over here that I've explored yet. But I've got all of the so when I go there, you see all the, like the garages got like north. I've literally got every garage that there is now, which makes refueling a little bit easier and stopping and rest times. And driver manager, I've got a few drivers, and my trucks, I've got a few, but it's still got many more garages to fill up.
Let's go.
Noise that comes on my computer now. Just do that. It's unreal. Right, so again, this game, I had it about 5-6 years ago, and I got a really long way on it, and I had a massive hard drive failure, and I lost everything. Absolutely lost everything. It was I didn't have anything backed up on Steam or anything at the time, so I lost everything. And then it was like about a year ago, I had a few friends of mine turn around and said, "Oh, they play it," and I went, "Oh, I've got that somewhere." Couldn't find the drive or anything where anything, just in case anything was salvageable. I couldn't find it, so I bought it again and then started it. Got to a certain point again, and then everybody that I was playing with, don't want to go down that way. Everyone that I was playing with stopped playing it, so I stopped playing it for a little while again. And then I found another group of people, and then it was like I've come across people streaming the game, and it's like slowly but surely it started to grow again, like, and I thought, do you know what, I'll play it. Set myself a target of, right, I want to complete it now, like I want to have a garage, like own all of the garages. And then I was like, once I've owned all of the garages, I want to put staff, like 5 trucks, 5 drivers in every single garage. And then I think to myself, okay, once I've done that, sell it all. Sell all the garages, sell all the trucks, get rid of all the and then start it all over again and carry on doing it like that. And then see like how long it goes before, basically like now, you know, I've got like 16 million, 17, just coming up 17 million. And it's like the other day, I've spent 40 million the other day, 100 million a few weeks ago, like buying stuff. I think there is a patch or something, or a mod or something, where somebody's got a better economic outlook on it. Done an economic patch or something, I don't know. But it's like, I'll just like enjoy it now. So it's like I like playing on the Truckers MP site with all the other humans. You know, like for me, that's the greatest part of it all, is when you log on to there, and then there's 3,000 humans playing the game. Like no AI traffic, but you know, you'll reach a certain place in France and you've got to sit there queuing for an hour whilst everyone sorts their life out. It's quite funny, amusing. There's like somebody else said to me the other day as well, like try out pro mods. They went to cities and like the stuff that they done is just generally, it's a lot better. You know, the cities are more detailed and you spend more time doing it, like and whatever. And I've watched a couple of videos, didn't really get a good idea of what was going on. But then I thought, well, okay, we'll see how it goes. And then it was like I was looking at it, went onto the pro mods site to have a look, and they went, oh, due to the 1.5 update, pro mods won't work until further notice unless you backdate to the 1.49. And it was like, okay, I'll give it a wait for a little while. And the same with the Truckers MP multiplayer site. It was like I had to wait for that for a little while before they sorted out the 1.5 patch. And I thought, well, you know, there's a few mates of mine now which are, most of them, funny enough, play American Truck Simulator. And it's all been a case of, oh, we'll wait, you know, give us a little while and I'll reinstall like Euro Truck Simulator and play it. And I went, oh, no, don't worry about it. I'll install like American Truck Simulator. And then I realised when I installed American Truck Simulator, I've got about $300 worth of like DLC to buy before I can actually play with them, with the investment that they've got in. Oh well, such as like I've done it the wrong way round. I invested in this one and not that one. But this is cool. I like this. I think this game and all this would be excellent if they actually kind of had like a real-time, real-life mode to it. You know, it would need extraordinary mapping. But if like for a legitimate thing, they did map the route from like Aberdeen to Istanbul, and you would spend like real-time driving along the maps. Like it's a massive undertaking. It won't ever happen. But it'd be like an interesting concept for game mode. And a city driving mode. Where you just get little local deliveries within like cities. So you go to Istanbul, like, not the 40-footers, but some little Target, little trucks, little 7.5 lorries or 17 tons and whatever, and you just like little deliveries within the city. Yeah, for me that's the only downside of some games like this, where you put the mods in, and like same for World of Warships, you get the mods for World of Warships, they do the patch, and you've got to wait for like the mods to be updated before you can put them in again. It's like me, I've got a very short attention span for like things like that, and it'd be like, oh, I'll do it, spend a fortune buying them, and then go, oh, do you know what? If it's going to be like that every time they issue a patch or something for it, I just won't bother. But I've heard some good things about Pro Mods, whether it is good or whatever, I don't know. But all I can do at some point in the future is like have a look and invest into it, see what it's like. But is it worth it now with like the invisible roadmap that SCS have got?
Go straight on.
Is it worth it? The job that they've done on, you know, like Istanbul and Germany and Sweden and whatnot now is like, the maps are really, really good. That's, you know, they're coming on, the cities and things now coming on a long way compared to what they were like for the initial releases. When you go back to London now and you drive to London, and it's like it's nothing like London. You know, you go over the M25, and we have a big bridge when you go over the M25, and there's no bridge for driving around the motorway. You drive around into the city of London, there's like 2 buildings, and it's like within seconds you drive in through one side of London, out through the other side, done. But whereas now, like the other day I went to Istanbul, where I started this job from, and it's like, wow, surprised me. Istanbul was a big city. Yeah, a lot of navigation required to do what you needed to do. It was a big city, very, very pleasant. I've often, again, I've not looked at this, so it's like when you find a blocked off road, like now, so when I come up to a point later on and there's a blocked off road, is that because the map is in like unfinished from that point onwards, and there's like be a drop off where you drop off the road into oblivion? Or is it because that's just the route that's in there? If you know what I mean. It's like I've done it a couple of times. I went crashing into one the other day, funny enough. I weren't concentrating what I was doing, and the road just ran off, and like the slip road was the last port of call. I couldn't go like straight on, and I didn't think to pop the map open and look at the map. I thought to myself, is that am I at the end of the map there when that happens, or is it just how they programmed it. I've done a wrong turn somewhere. I've missed my turning. I've got 42 hours left.
Go straight on.
I've missed a turning, so where am I? I'm heading, somehow or other, I appear to be heading back. I should be going up here somewhere. I need to be going there.
Let's do this.
See, that's how much fun I'm having. I've gone completely the wrong way. What do you think? Am I going the right way now? But all those very much apologies, there'll be some more adverts
Finding a new route.
happening soon. I think they're every 40 minutes or every half an hour or something. Yeah, but I can't remember. I've got no idea, to be honest.
Keep right. Exit right.
Right, I've got a little trip down here. I need to stop again for another rest break, but that was quite amusing and quite funny to find out that I was literally heading back to where I started. I think they've got to the point now, haven't they, with this. It's taken quite a long time for development, but I think they've actually now know that there's a lot of people that play this game, and there's a lot of little clubs, a lot of VTCs like that are cropping up now, and they seem to be doing the work on the map. For what I think, when they started off, I thought the game, was a bit basic. But now there seems to be quite a lot of effort going into it. The cities are getting bigger. The routes, there's getting more routes. They're adding more towns. It's looking good.
Keep right, and then turn right.
Oh, come on, Mr. Policeman. I was only 2 miles an hour over there.
Turn right.
Right, about 40 seconds. There's going to be another ad break. I'm going to seize this opportunity to hold up all the traffic and make myself a nice cup of coffee. Be right back. That's better. Fresh cup of coffee. No idea at all where I'm going.
Get ready to turn left.
Okay, give sat nav. Oh, yeah. I remember now. Got to stop. Got to stop. Otherwise, they find me. They tell me take all of my money off me. Speeding violation. Just that. Yeah, that makes sense, doesn't it, really, to not allow the game to update. And everything can be like left as it is and happy days. It makes sense. Need you to stop there. The naughty one over the curbs. Well done, driver, for yawning. You hadn't yawned. Right. Right, so let's see whether this time round I can now drive the right way and make some progress. In the total amount of 2 hours and 25 minutes of driving so far, all I have done is encroached 8 hours onto my delivery time. I should be down to about 15 hours left of the journey. to finish. And I've still got 42 hours left of the journey because I went the wrong way and didn't even realise that I'd gone the wrong way. And my silly sat-nav didn't even help me out. She's going to get a jolly good spanking. It's a hefty one, 5k fine there for like really cutting some speed now. Yeah, I think it's quite simple, isn't it? It's like I had a brief look over it and it was like nothing was, nothing seemed hard. It was just at that time, obviously with 1.50, I didn't know whether, I don't know to this day because I haven't checked again since. They might be updated now, might be good to go or whatever, but there was a friend of mine who's away on holiday actually this week. He's got the full set of Pro Mods for Euro Truck Simulator and American Truck Simulator, and he's been screaming at me to get it. Like, so I thought, okay, we'll see. Like, I was going to wait for him, but if it's been updated, then I might as well have a look. I think it'll be a while now before we move from 1.50 for the update, and I don't think the next update is going to be. Won't be quite as large, will it, as this update? But I almost can't wait. I feel very like I can't wait now. It's like, yeah, I'm going to get Pro Mods. You've done a good job of selling it to me. Ever the skeptic, me normally, like, no, I don't need that. What's the point of that? Game's perfectly good as it holds. Like, but it's no, I've heard a lot about Pro Mods, and it's like, aha, I'm going to get it. Somebody else has come into the channel, turned around and said it's well worth it. It's recommended.
And then continue straight on.
Oh, so I'm sold. I am convinced.
Go straight on.
Yeah, actually, I could do that. I'm a bit spoiled for computers, to be honest. I've just built a new machine, which is just there, and my old one is currently up the other end. It's up there on another setup that's being set up there. I could quite easily actually just run another instance of the game on the other PC. And have a Pro Mods version and a regular version.
Go straight on.
I'm the world's worst for it for computers. I never chuck away a computer. Never chuck away a PC. I've got like somewhere floating around there, I've got a PC from 15, 20 years ago. It's got a Pentium, this is how bad it is, how old it is. It's got a Pentium 3 800 in it. With, I think, it's like DDR1 or something, 256. It's really old. It's really, really old. But it still works. It's just I've got a watch now that's faster. You know, it's like it's really slow, but it still works. Hoping that one day it turns into one of these nostalgia things and it's worth a small fortune. No. Is there a setting somewhere then that you can switch on to allow developer mods? Well, at least I don't think I have developer mods enabled. It's a fancy trailer. I'll look into that later on as well then. What I would like to see, I don't know whether people have got them, but I would like to see vintage, some old vintage trucks in the game, you know, some brands that kind of don't really exist now, like this day and age. But I'd like to see some old, like, Workhorse, some old Scammels, some 60s and you know, 60s and 70s vehicles. Maybe even some that was a bit potentially a little bit older. I mean, I had a couple. I had an F10, a Volvo F10, an F12, and a Volvo F88. I couldn't find them anymore, and they were working fine, and then the update happened, and then now they're not working. But I think it was yesterday or the day before. I can't really tell. I can't remember now because I've not had much sleep. I found a video of like what to do to make the mod work again. So something in a config file or something you have to change, and the mod will now, you can like you trick the mod into it would now work. But as usual, I'm the world's worst for stuff like this. I haven't done the thing yet. I haven't done it. I end up with a day where I think, oh right, I've got to do everything. I've got to do all my mods now. Update my mods for Farming Simulator. Update my mods for Truck Simulator. And like update everything else. And then it's like, then I'll get to do it. Like I'll spend the whole day doing it. Get really frustrated. Find it does work, don't work, does work, don't work. Get it all going. And then they release another update, and it's like, oh, back to square one again. So, but hopefully, so yeah, things that I'm looking at to grow it, you know, quite a bit if I can get. No, don't park there. Thank you. Is get some vintage trucks, some older trucks to go with the newer trucks. Use the high-powered trucks. Use the non-high-powered trucks. It's like just use a good percentage. Actually use the game. I need to find a garage now. Running out of fuel. Ah, yeah. But then weird things like that.
Go straight.
I think sometimes, like, will make the mod. Where you, like, I was in a game on. Yeah, no, it was this. It was like a couple of days ago, I think. And I turned off a mod for traffic that I had. I've got a big traffic pack that I installed. And I turned off the mod and it went back to like the original cars with some of the original dodgy sounds and everything that they've got. And for some reason or other, I was getting to certain points at junctions and traffic lights, and it was happening quite a lot. But there was always a collision going on, and they were blocking the road, and some of them were a bit difficult to get through. But at least at the point of where they were, I could actually push them out of the way. They weren't like frozen rock solid, like, so I could actually crash into them, do myself a bit of damage, but I could actually like bulldoze them, like, so they was out of the way. I'm going to run out of fuel here. I can see it coming. But it was quite good. Yeah, there was a big backlog of traffic in the Truckers multiplayer 2 or 3 days ago now. I was doing a job from Manchester to somewhere in Russia, and we got to a point, I can't remember where we were, I think it was St. Petersburg I was going, but we got to a point and it was like every player on the Truckers multiplayer site just was probably at this point in the thing, and the traffic jam and the queue was absolutely massive, and it took ages. It took 40, 50 minutes or so before we got to where we needed to get past it. And I thought it added like just a fraction little bit of realism. And it was all caused because somebody had rolled their truck. So they were going through a piece like this, and they'd come down and they'd rolled it and whatever, and they just left it. They just like left it. I think in the end, I think the mods cleared them. They kicked them out the game or whatever it was. But the game was there for ages, and it just caused a massive traffic jam. And it just added a nice sort of kind of realistic touch to it. Annoying, but you know, tolerable. I had it the other day on one. You know, everyone's a bit naughty on this game, and you'll come up against like the roadblock, the emergency services roadblock, and 9 times out of 10, everyone that I've seen so far looks at it and goes, I can squeeze through that gap and then make it down the thing. And I did one where I had a road, it was similar to like this in terms of size, it was single carriage either way, and it was like I couldn't get past. The helicopter landed, and the helicopter was in the middle of the road, and the barrier one side and the barrier the other side, and I couldn't get past the helicopter, and I had to revert back. I had to go back to a save point in the game and go quite a distance back to avoid to get back to avoid the accident. I was Googling everything. Do accidents clear themselves? Like, and it went, no. Oh, crikey. That was a very lucky diesel garage to arrive at. Yeah, somebody else said that to me, like disable this and disable that. To a point, like to quite a good point. I like this to be the closest it can be to a sim, as if it was, you know, kind of a legit day job. It's like, so somebody said to me, like, turn off fines and all of that. And it was like, well, no, I don't want to. Like, I want to keep the fines on. Like, you know, it's like I've forgotten that I've got the restrictors off, like to allow me to go faster than the general allotted speed. But so on the whole, like, I would normally play the game for as much kind of sort of semi-realism as possible. And then it was like me mate, he's got, you know, he's turned the restrictor off, he's got the stability control set up to maximum, he's going round these type of corners, you know, and he's not putting his foot on the brakes or whatever it is, he's just roaming it, his truck don't fall over. And it's like, well, in order for me to keep up with him, I've got to match the same settings. And being a bit slow with stuff, I forget to turn them back on again. So I try it, yeah, people have said, oh, turn the detours off and whatever, and it's like, oh, no, don't want to. It excites me. I like it. I like being on the deadline, like thinking that you've got a couple of hours, the music started. Like the dreaded music in the game, which most people have forgotten about because they do the delivery so fast. But yeah, like, the music starts. You know, your suspense has started. Then it's like, how's my rating going to go down? Like, you know, am I going to go for, like, am I just going to get satisfactory for like doing the job? And it's like this job here. I expect this job to be really late. I've made so many mistakes. One of the perils of running a huge triple screen setup, it's impossible really to keep everything intact. Like, keep over there I've got to look all the way over to this side. That's where my little mini map is. And it's like I missed the turning beforehand, and it's like, okay. And then the chat is over here, and I've had a great conversation with yourself tonight. It's been brilliant. Just like, thank you very much. And so I'm looking over there reading the conversation, and then I missed the sat nav over here. It's like, can I move the sat nav without changing the drive of the truck? So if I'm, you know, naturally if I have a right hand drive truck now, the sat nav moves over to there and will be in the right place. Can I move it without changing right hand drive or left hand drive? No, so this Scania, I think it's because I haven't done the cab upgrade to it. I'm not too sure. So I think if I went in and done the cab upgrade and bought the slightly posher cab, I think that would give me the sat nav in the cab. I think. I'm not too sure, but I think.
Turn left. Turn left.
Cat. Good morning. Well, it's not moaning for you. I don't know. What time is it for you? I forget now. Oh, you're the same time as me. Well, go like officially for me. Yeah, it is 6:15 in the morning. I'm driving around a video game, getting myself completely lost because it's hard work doing this driving thing and talking to people at the same time. This is why I would never be any good as a cab driver. Everyone would like just be getting people lost. But for me, it's actually kind of basically the middle of the night. You know, I am a night walker. I am not a day walker. If I actually go outside those curtains there, they're back over there somewhere. You should see maybe some light bleeding through. No, can't. I don't think you can see them actually. But I go out there and it's daylight. If I go out there, you know what it's like. I will turn to stone or dust or something. Or the sun might hit me and turn my skin red and get burnt. And I miss my monkeys. That's why I'm streaming again. I need to get a few subs in so I can pay and get my monkeys back. Or I should just bribe Phil and say, can I have my monkeys? Can I buy them off you? Yes, if you could make me one. We're on the same timeline, so that means that you shouldn't actually be too far away from being able to send me a nice cup of coffee, even though I've just finished a cup of coffee, which you didn't see. But another one would be very nice. Can't get enough coffee. I think I'm actually starting to head in the right direction now. Thirty-six hours of driving time left. Just press the big M. No, I don't think I am. Surely I'm not there. Where did I start? Now I started all the way down here. So I've come up to this point. I'm up to this. I should be heading this way. Shouldn't be heading that way. I was like really confused. This is like the never-ending journey. What I'm worried about now is if I'm going to get to the end of this bit of road and it's going to then turn round and send me back the way I've just come, because I've made another mistake. Okay. Map. Reset navigation. Okay. I'll take that's now.
Time to hit the road.
Fingers crossed. So I still think that I'm going to get to the end of this bit of road. I'm going to find a roundabout. I'm going to go down there, and then I'm going to come back this way again. I might be wrong. I hope that I'm wrong. The time is going down. I've only got 36 hours left. So I'm just not sure. Me arrow. My sat-nav arrow is still telling me I'm heading the right way. Well, that's tight. Wow. That's very tight. Yeah, I knew it. Oh.
Keep right, and then exit right.
Crazy.
Exit right.
Oh, this is going. It's quite funny.
Turn left.
Oh, haha.
Turn left.
Oh, would you believe it? How many more times am I gonna just basically be going the wrong direction? I'm now going all the way back. I should have listened to my own thing. I knew I was heading the wrong way. So for this particular stint of what we're doing, we'll actually finish this job. So I'll crack on. It's like 35 hours driving time, like, so it could be another hour, it could be another hour and a half. At this rate, it could be another 24 hours before I actually finish this job. And then we do that, and if I've got enough time after that, may do another one. And then it will get to a point, dare I say this, I will actually have to go out today during daylight hours, which will be a bit shocking, but I am prepared. I have got my daylight glasses, which like will help matters. Means my eyeballs won't turn to dust. Get a bit foggy, but they won't turn to dust. Itchy nose, itchy nose. There, another ads, more ads. That's good. At least I'll be able to buy myself 2 ice creams now. Get any more ads by the time this job finishes. May even be able to buy an ice cream with a flake in the top. A bit of chocolate, nice. Right. I'm running so late. It was a nice car to slot in behind him, wasn't it? Hey, Metal! It's a bit tight. Oh. Squeeze it through. Oh, yeah, the ads are gone now, but it's like, hopefully they're gone. I'll just catch it out of the corner of my eye there, and it said like ads, 30 seconds left to go. I didn't even know that there was ads rolling. I'd need to change that monitor system for there, and I need to get flatline monitor just there. Which I'll do it. I tried it out, as I said earlier on, I tried it out with an LCD monitor. What a crazy mistake that was. That was never ever going to work in a million years. So if I get an LED one, it only needs to be a small 20-inch, well, less than 20-inch. It can sit just there, but lay flat. And then I won't have to keep bending my neck that way, and then bending my neck that way. It's like every time I feel like I'm reading the chat, it's like I'm auditioning for a boy band. So I'm trying to be brave that I'm actually, right, so I need another rest stop now. Like, it's all coming on top now, and it like nearly run out of diesel now. I need to have another break. 34 hours driving time left. We are 3 hours in to what was a 60-hour journey, and because we have gone wrong so many times, I've not even reached halfway yet after 3 hours. But we will attempt to finish the job. Like the true pro. You go be true pro, always finish the job. And if I've got enough time, I may do another short job. But if I haven't got enough time, I shall be back later on. Oh, I've actually got, on the back of that truck there, I've actually got that very lawnmower. Right. But I wish I had that lawnmower though. That's much better. I have to let you in now. Oh, stop yawning, you wuss of a driver. You get tired so easily, man. It's only like yesterday you stopped. What do you mean? You don't mean to stop again?
Get ready to turn right.
I don't even know where the nearest rest place is from here. It's like, I don't want to bring up the map yet again.
Turn right.
We'll make it through. No, stop yawning, stop yawning. I will. Whoops-a-daisy. It's good. It's only a police car. We don't worry about them. The less of them we see on the road, the better. There you damage my truck, though, Mr. Policeman. Should have probably have taken the snooze break in it when I filled up with juice. So now I have got an endless journey. Oh, thank God for that. There's one just appearing on my map, so to go through this set of snaky bends. And I'll reach a rest stop, which then, hopefully, it will then also be daylight. That was good then, actually had a little hint of force feedback coming up the hill. The tyres were spinning. Yeah, it's not me. It's on the game. It's like the virtual driver, the fella sitting in that seat just in front of me. Not me, of course. He's a bit of a wuss. Like he has to stop every short space of time. See, there he goes. We're going to stop him yawning now because we do this. Have to find a little spot like that. There you go. Right, that will shut him up. That will stop him yawning now for For a while. And the beautiful thing is, like, throughout this whole evening, I've now decided that I need to move my coffee making facilities from all the way over there in the next village to somewhere round about here. Well, I can sleep in the truck because I know that the other fella in the truck that's sitting here, like, he's got to be concentrating on the road, isn't he? Like, I know he's not going to chop me up. Getting a bit of speed up coming down that hill. I know, everyone's driving on the wrong side of the road, but, now this is a big but, I didn't touch him. He hit me. I'm now starting to side, like, rather, I know, I need to be dealt with for this, but I'm starting to side with the rest of the, like, Europe. They all drive on this side of the road, and for some really weird reason it's actually not that bad. And it's only when I get back to my native land where do I have a bit of trouble, like driving down the road. I just hope that it doesn't transcend into, like, real life. You know, that'd be the last thing that I need. Is, like, you know, so all of a sudden, like, just pop off down to the shops, get hit by a cyclist coming, like, the right way down the road while I'm driving up the wrong side of the road. All right, admittedly, that will be one less cyclist, and that's a good thing.
Go straight up.
But it is slightly worrying at times. Getting excited with the game. I'm actually going to make it below 30 hours very soon, hopefully. Below 30 hours of the job left, which obviously is not a real 30 hours. 30 hours is about hour and a half to 2 hours.
Left.
Look, mummy, aeroplanes. Aeroplanes. Concentrate on the road, son. Okay. Cold shower, that'll wake you up. speed going. As it actually finally appears I'm heading in the right direction. Every time you get a bit of speed up now these days, you've got to stop for a checkpoint. Avoid the crash, but get the speeding ticket. No justice.
Keep left and then continue straight on. Go straight on.
Right, there's another checkpoint, which, easy tiger, don't stop. Go. Get over here, should go through that over there. Do this one. Thank you. Right, so I'm only actually now about 4 hours away in terms of driving time for the game. Oh, excuse me. About 4 hours away. I was 25 hours away when I made a horrendous mistake and travelled down some kind of wormhole. Didn't realise then that I ended up being 42 hours away. And then have had to drive all the way back again. But we are starting to look a little bit more optimistic that we might actually finish this job. Whether the beautiful dreaded music kicks in, I'm going to have to take to the sports lane here to get past this fella. Up the way, away with you. That's what the sports lane's for. Come on, cars, get out of my way. We're doing the 87 miles an hour here. We're tonking. I didn't slow down. Yeah, I didn't slow. Easy time to slow down. Oh. Empty. Really? Was it going that fast? Play a game of cat and mouse now with the police. Hopefully, Mr. Policeman won't catch me. But there is also always the possibility that it will gain a bit of speed and creep up behind me later on, and then we go through the process of it just constantly giving me fines for like 50 miles. It's still there. Here we go. Leave me alone. Away with you. Thank you. Now overtake the lorry. Don't get stuck behind him. That's good. That's good. Go on. Keep going. Bye. 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 Don't stop. No, see, done me a vehicle crash offence. What did I hit? What did I hit there? Nothing. Fresh air. Yeah, this Twitch guitarist as well also got arrested in France for playing Smoke on the Water. And Germany, and Belgium, Italy. Got away with it in Spain. I changed it when I got to Portugal. I did Stairway to Heaven. Took me a while before they let me out of Portugal. Quite an interesting little fact for you here. Since I had, I know I didn't make too much of a fuss of this, but since I had my bit of an injury on my finger, I didn't make too much of a fuss about it, but many people know that I practically severed my finger off. Like it was hanging on by a thread. It has actually, it's been quite a difficult thing to play guitar. Rehabilitating my salute is my saluting finger. I don't want to actually like do the salute whilst live, but this finger is exceedingly numb around the edges. Very, very numb. Quite the weird sensation that runs through it, but it's like, you know, didn't make a fuss about it. It was a big old injury. Took 6 months, like basically just before I actually started to get any feeling and movement back in it, let alone like anything else. But you know, brave man that was, weren't going to make a fuss. Got going. It's really difficult, and then it got to a point there was certain stuff that I was doing, playing guitar, and it was really irritating my fingers, and it was difficult, exceedingly difficult. And then it's like so I stopped playing for a little while, let it do its thing, let it recover, and now it's like my little disabled friend. It kind of knows where it should go, and it should do this and it should do that, but it's like it hits the mark every so often, and it doesn't quite hit the mark. So I've had about 6 months off of playing guitar. I didn't pick one up until probably 2-3 weeks ago, and I picked one up again, and it's recent, and it's like, right, okay, this is still going to be a challenge, like to play it. I went to bend a string, and it's like I couldn't feel the string at all. It just went straight underneath my finger, nearly guillotined my nail off. Quite interesting, but see, I might just turn my luck to drums and be a drummer. Hello there, the nutty trucker. Good to see you. Welcome in. We're all bonkers a little bit, isn't it, us truckers? Yeah, it's an all right game. But when I got it, I played it for a few hours. Didn't play it for years and years and years and years and years after that. Got it, dusted it down out of the cupboard again now, then realised why I got it in the first place. I went, oh, I love it. This is what life's all about. It's just I just weren't ready for it before, but now I'm ready for it. No, it's a really good game. Peaceful, pleasant, no stress. Chugging along the old roads, get the job done, get lost a few times, get arrested a few times. It's just like normal everyday life. It's quite a good game, Cat. It's like it's actually quite, in terms of some games, it's quite social. It's for me, I haven't got the best terms so I couldn't play like Call of Duty or a racing sim and have a conversation with people, because the concentration level and whatnot would be a bit too much for me to handle. But whereas this is like quite slow, nice, relaxed, and whatever. Ad breaks. Right, there we go. I think I'm back there. I lose track of the adverts. It's like the monitor is in the next county. It's like over there. Like, you know, it's in Wales. Yeah, the good thing is like there's a few random accents. No random body parts on the motorway though. Like. Oh, it's like, and until I've reached the dizzy heights of superstar streamer levels, and I have 300 people in chat, and all 300 of those are all buying 3 subs each. It's like that shitty scenario. It's like, do you know what? I've got to run a couple of ads. It's like I would like to spend all this time. So far today is hold on, wait for it. 3 hours 27 minutes. This. I would like to earn enough money for to at least buy 1 ice cream or pay 1 speeding fine. But the chances of even earning enough money to buy 1 ice cream or a Kit Kat. Mr. Policeman, will you leave me alone?
Keep left.
2 miles an hour over the speed limit, and that's the second ticket he's given me. I should get out and serve him up a portion. Get out. And it's like, yeah, it's like I keep thinking about treating myself to that turbo or whatever it is. So, which is fine when I'm in everybody else's channel. Especially my good friend, like don't tell anybody else this, but the best voice, best singer, the best voice on Twitch, Mr. Phil Luna, without a shadow of a doubt. He always sings my favourite song, and in the middle of that favourite song, it always goes to an ad break. Yeah, it is. Well, on my old PC, which is not quite redundant, but is up the other end of the room up there, I've got ad blocks on all of that, and it was like, it's fine. I never realised, like, you know, it was like I forgot all about it being on there. With this new one, I've not got any ad blocks on it, like, you know, so it's like even the other day, I put some music on in the background for like doing a test stream and things like that, and within 10 minutes of starting the stream, all I could hear in the background was adverts, and I went, oh my word, it's like, this is not the way forward. Like, you know, I can't even put YouTube on now, like, and run a playlist without, like, every 30 seconds, or every 20 seconds at peak times. It like just adverts, more adverts. It's like adverts. It's like, Jesus. That's how you get rich in the world, isn't it? Is like you just provide a platform for somebody and just like inundate it, flood it with adverts. Job done.
Keep right, and then exit right. Exit right. Go straight up. Keep right.
I mean, I don't like in general. I don't have too much of an issue with the adverts. I can suffer an advert because it always gives me a chance to like get up and go and make a cuppa or do something or whatever. The bit that used to drive me insane is like I used to go into a couple of other gamers that I was watching at the time. And they used to, it seemed like it was every 10 minutes and it went on for minutes upon minutes and minutes and minutes of adverts. And it was a shame, I remember saying to him one day, it's a wonder I never got banned from the channel, but I went to him, I said, is there such a need, like, you know, I said, you've got 600 people in your stream, out of which you must be getting a reasonable amount of subs for that. Does it really need for you to like crank up the advert settings so that like they're flat out a maximum? Like, this is my full-time job. This is what I do. Like, all right, whatever. I haven't got a clue how many ads I've got. I've not even, rather, you know, pretty bad of me to be honest with you, but I've not even gone in and had a look in my OBS. I can't even remember where it is now. OBS or Twitch, wherever it was. Not even gone in to have a look to see like how spaced out they are. I don't even know how much money you earn from them. Like, would I be better off just having a channel where I just run 24 hours a day adverts? It's like, you know what it's like though, Kat, with like TV, you know, back in the day when there was only like 3 channels on the telly, you had the choice, didn't you? You watched the BBC, like for like me, you watched the BBC or you watched the other channel, and then you got adverts just every 20 minutes or whatever it was adverts on the telly. And then they started to realise that when cable TV came out, it's like, and today, to this very day, it's still exactly the same. You pick up your remote now and you start switching through your Sky or your cable or whatever it is. You don't really see that many TV programs now. It's like every time that you flick a channel, it's an advert. It's like, wow. So it's like, yeah, adverts. I watched the boxing at the weekend. So it's like, oh, I've never seen it. It's like any excuse you get. The round would finish. It's like 3 minutes. The round would finish. Like, oh, we've got 1 minute to cram in 5 adverts. Like, yeah, it still has its covert ads, doesn't it? Subliminal advertising on the BBC. Yeah, they're kind of not supposed to, but it's kind of every so often in the middle of EastEnders, like, you know, you'll see a bottle of HP sauce or a can of Heineken or something. Not very often, but occasionally you still see it. It's like, they either forgot. Yeah, no, it is. So for me now, it's probably, I'm probably going to say, it's probably 15 years or so now since I actually, like, literally had a Pink Floyd moment and kicked the TV out the window. And it was that point basically that I discovered YouTube and just videos and subjects then that kind of interested me without having to watch the bullshit of like general everyday TV. And I started watching TV less and less and less and less and less, and it got to YouTube, and then other stuff came about, and I should have stopped in there. And like eventually, like now for me, as far as I'm concerned, I don't know anybody now that actually sits down and watches TV as like how television used to be. Everybody's got a TV, but they now just use it for streaming services. Like, does anybody actually ever plug it into an aerial anymore and tune it in, or like buy a satellite TV, or it's like, I don't know. No. Nuts, you don't, surely. Surely you must be a man of modern era and you can't plug your TV into an aerial no more. Hello, I am Sky TV. I have got 450 channels, out of which you will watch 2. Yeah, it was like me. Like I only had mainstream TV.
Right, and then exit right.
For like watching at the time, watching the Formula One.
Exit.
Oh, you didn't have to give me a fine for that, did you? I crept past you so nicely. You didn't have to fine me.
Keep right.
Am I going that way? Going this way. Oh, satellite. Yeah, it's like I had it like the satellite Sky, and it was like I just didn't watch it. Like the thing is, like now for us, I don't know whether it still would work or whatever now, but it's like you can get the Sky Go, like you can get the app now, can't you? Like, so if you've got a Sky, or you pay for a Sky subscription, you don't have to have the equipment. You just like download the app, watch it on your computer. But we had it like, so we had it all.
Reroute.
We had like the Amazon stick, whatever it is, the Fire Stick, and we had other stuff, and we ended up with loads and loads and loads of stuff, and that we basically found out that we could buy a small PC. You know, it doesn't have to be nothing spectacular or anything like that. Don't need a big graphics card, don't need a big CPU, and you just just go to a thing now, download like all the apps, like so like Now TV and Go TV and the Sky TV app and the Virgin Media TV app, like, and you just there it all is. Like, you know, it's like I don't need like the TV and that famous person, that the British TV licensing authority people that in the UK, like they love to send you that little note, don't they, going, that little threatening letter, we are coming to visit your house because you've got no trace of a TV license. Well, it's because I haven't got one. Like, you know, I don't need one. Oh, but you do if you've got a computer that's got services on it that you don't. Oh, well, okay. Well, it's good luck finding it because it's not installed on there. I'm not going to tell you where it's installed on, but you're not going to find it. There we go. So the dreaded music for this has started. which means my job is really, really late. I've still got 19 hours of a drive to go and the music started, so my job is really late. Yeah, with TV, so I did it years ago. I bought Sky, and I bought the big package for Sky. I had like Sky movies and whatnot like that, and I found out that after basically 6 weeks of solidly watching movies, I'd watched everything that they had, and it was then just down to repeats. And then you find out that every month it's only something like 11 new movies that they give you, which takes you like a day to watch them all, and that's it. You're back to square one of watching repeats. You off, Cat? You going to? You off to do proper stuff? No, I know it's. See, my eyes—they're terrible. I can't see it. Oh, don't call him X. He don't like being called X. We call him Zavo. Zavo the Great. Zavo has been absolutely magnificent tonight for me. He's kept me company throughout near enough the whole entire stream. Absolute top man, top legend. He will forgive you though. Don't like being called X because it's like associated with that Elon Musk fella. Called a bloody site fucking Twitter. Jesus. My pals. I've got ATS, Nutty, I've got it, but I have only got the Arizona DLC for it and some heavy truck stuff for it. I just thought, but I had all of this anyway. There's only a few small bits of DLC that I haven't got, and I thought to myself, well, I'll wait. I wasn't a massive fan of the Arizona thing. It's just too many miles of open road and nothing happening other than Grand Canyon, and it kind of, I lost a little bit of interest in like ATS. I got the wrong one, but I think it's like sooner or later I think I will have to kind of revisit it, because I've got a whole host of friends that also play it, and I would love to join in their games as well whilst they're playing and whilst they're streaming and whatever, because they're all top class people, and it would be like a pleasure and an honour to like drive with some of these people. But sadly for it, I'm just lacking so much DLC that it's going to take me a while to get up to stretch, and it's the last thing I want is them going, have you got this map, have you got this, have you got this, have you got that? I had it before with this. So that's the only thing for me with ATS. It's the fact that you've got vast areas like like Texas and like that New Mexico. Is there anything happening there? It's like, look around me here. Like I've got there's bits of port, and I'm just about to turn this corner, and there's a massive ship in front of me. Yeah, crates. Like with the Arizona one, it was like there's nothing. There's a bit of tumbleweed, and there's a rock, more tumbleweed. Occasionally there was a TV transmitter, and it was like then all of a sudden I thought, look, I found Las Vegas. I was happy. I stayed there for days. I didn't want to go anywhere. What time is it for you, my pals? Must be 2 a.m, 3 a.m-ish, something like that. One a.m. So that was about 1 a.m. That was about what time I woke up after I had a quick snooze after Steve's stream. I think I woke up about 1 a.m. I don't think he'd long finished or something. And I was sitting there thinking to myself, well, shall I stream? And I thought, well, I can't go back to sleep now. Like, I've been 2 hours and whatnot. Oh, I'll sod it. Let's press the button, and we'll go. Like, oh no, I'm glad I did now, because it's turned out it's actually been like a nice, pleasant day today. Pleasant evening, night time. What do you call it? Like 7:20 a.m. now. Steve, you know Steve. Steve is Mr. Consistent. There's nothing much. It's like he doesn't get any worse, does he? He just kind of just keeps getting slightly better and a little bit better and a little bit in terms of stream. It gets like a little bit more entertaining, but it's like absolutely, it's just rock solid. Same for, you know, it's like when I tune in all the time, I'm always lurking, like I go into Phil's stream, Phil Luna, like, and I'm sitting there, I'm lurking all the time. I'm the world's worst for it, because I just love listening. I love listening to the music, like, you know, it's like occasionally, like I think, oh, do you know what, I'll say hello today. And then I'll come in, like, I'll say hello, and it's like everything blows up for a little while, and it happens, and like, so I just like to sit there and have a little lurk and like listen to it and get into it and sing along. And I'm not any good at singing, but it's like I just absolutely love it. Like, it just makes me appreciate that sometimes how good these guys are at what they do. You know, I can play guitar, like I can sort of sing to a point. I wouldn't put it down as like one of my major talents in life. But it's like suddenly you do stuff and you just realise and you go, no, these guys are the real deal, you know. And it's a pleasure, an absolute pleasure that they do it and perform. We're quite lucky. Where was that police car? Behind. Yeah, nuts, Canada. Go on, bye, Mr. Policeman, away with you. You've taken enough money off me. Used to be one of my favourite Grand Prix. So if we went back to like the mid-90s and whatever, where the cars were still fairly suited to the tracks, the Canadian Grand Prix would have been 100% one of my favourite Grand Prix, because it was fast, furious, the walls were close. It's kind of everything a race should have been. But now we've got to the point of where these new cars that we've got now, I'm hoping it'll be different this year, really do hope, but the cars, they're just too big. I see them last year when I went to Silverstone and watched the race, like, and the cars, they are too big. They've got all the right things on them, but they're just too big. They need to make them smaller again. The F2 cars, are about the right size. That's my only gripe that I would have with Formula One at the moment. That make the cars the same size as the F2 cars, put the big tyres, your big engine on, and boom, I think you've got a recipe for like thrilling, entertaining sort of sport. And everybody's got to beat Max, otherwise it's getting really boring. But I love it. I've been a Formula One person since, I don't know, I can remember being 6 years old or whatever it was, and going to a little sweet shop, and buying the biggest poster of James Hunt in the McLaren. That I think still to this day, it's the biggest poster I've ever owned. Yeah, Schumacher, Michael Schumacher, Murray Walker, Mick Hakkinen, like Brenson, Montoya. That was the days. Vettel's back. Yeah, I mean, like, go back to all them proper days, you know, like Fernando Alonso, like, you know, Montoya and whatever. Just after, but you know, it's kind of, for me, it started off with like Mansell and Hill and whatever. It started to get, Formula One started to get really excited and had a big buzz about it. And then, you know, we got to this point, we changed the formula. We go to this ridiculous formula of putting these weird batteries and things in the cars. And since then, it's never quite been that sport that it was when it lost the noise. We went to that stupid 1.6 litre lawnmower engine that they're running on now. The Formula One car lost that elite noise sound that it had. That was it. It died a little. Metal, this has been the single most longest drive I think that anyone's ever done on this car. I've got lost so many times. I've still got 15 hours to go, like in drive time, before I actually reach the destination. I have practically driven non-stop now for 3 hours and 54 minutes. I've got lost so many times because I'm looking at chat, ad break. Ad break ends in 47, 43.
Exit right.
I don't know who can hear me and who can't hear me. Like those that have got proper subscriptions and whatever probably still hear me. Ending soon. Right, I think that's the end of another ad break. It never tells you, like, you never know when you've got an ad break that comes in. You never know, like, who can still hear you and who ends up like watching the tiny little box in the corner. And whatever. So I thought, oh, I don't know, what do I do? What do I do? Do I carry on talking? And then somebody goes, what was that? So it was like, I've got no idea whether Vettel there caught half of what I was saying and whatever, but it's like, as you can tell, as you can tell with this currently at the minute, I have got the dreaded "You Are Very Late" music playing in the background, like for this job. So I did start this job 3 hours 56, 57, so 3 hours 57 minutes ago, 4 hours ago basically. This has probably been the longest stream that I've ever done, like full stop. I don't think I've ever managed to go like 4 hours. And I have gone wrong so many times on this job. At one point I near enough ended back where I'd started from. Somehow how I've gone wrong, I've got no idea. But I got to 25 hours away, and then suddenly done something and started going the wrong way and ended up over 42 hours away again before I even noticed. So then I come back and then I got lost again, and it's like, so I've still got 14 hours 20 minutes to go in, and the dreaded like "You Are Late" music has kicked in, so there will be no excellent or superb or whatever rating for this job. This is going to be, oh well, you got here then. But it's made for some entertaining. Whoops, nearly got that one. Made for an entertaining thing. There's been some very good conversations gone on tonight with people, and it's kept me going. It almost gets to the point of where I actually don't want to end. I'm going to go back the other way again and be very, very late for the job. So I'm determined to finish this job though before I make myself another cup of coffee. And I'm probably going to get ransacked soon by a bunch of Herberts, a bunch of very noisy Jack Russells. One of them's here, but this one stays most of the time. The others all go back to the house at the night time. I get left up the shed. And round about this time of day, normally they all get let out, and first thing they all come steaming up here. They're all to be excited. May catch a glimpse of this fella. That mouse keeps. So it could be any time now. This guy could make an appearance. Furry dirty shit bag. Cost me a fortune. I love him to bits. Zavo, normally I have a friend of mine that plays sometimes, and we open like a convoy up. I'm probably not going to do like a convoy today. I'll be blatantly honest with everyone. Currently at the minute I am absolutely shattered. I didn't expect to be concentrating for kind of this long on this job and whatever. Leaving alert, thank you very much. We will appreciate lurkers. Lurkers make the world go round. Yeah, next time. So I don't actually have a schedule. I do plan to have a schedule, because like my good friend here, Metal, as well. He also plays. He plays ATS and he plays ETS. He's also very, very entertaining stream on it. It's bizarre, metal. I can't do any shout outs. I don't know whether I've got to get a bot or something to do it, but I do put the command in, like nothing happens. So I'll have to research my shit later on, get it all going. But yeah, anytime that I'm on, so I need to get me Discord links and everything sorted out. The more people we have, like the merrier. Maybe at some point we could all join up in the Truckers MP and form a giant convoy of some kind. Oops. Bit of curbing.
Go straight up.
Would be really crazy if I went wrong one more time and it cost me any more time. Steve Forward would probably have finished his stream, been to sleep and woken up again before I finished the job. The little guy on his bed, see him on his bed there, little fella?
Keep right, and then turn right.
Right, I'm actually feeling that I'm probably getting fairly close to the end now. I've reached the docks. So this is how badly I went wrong. I had to reset the map so I would arrive at the dock. I still don't know whether this is my full journey or whether might have to make a refresh.
Turn right.
But this is quite a significant part of the journey. This is like quite satisfying. I've actually made it to this end, which is I've now reached the north end of the map.
Get ready to turn left. Turn left.
Oh, look at that view. Just for a second. Oh, that's worth it. Look, just park there on the beach, nice cold beer. Suppose we get on the boat. Oh my God, it's given me loads of destinations. I've got no idea where I'm going. Guess I better find out. I've got to go to there, so I can actually go to Bergen. Noise. Oh, I've got to go all the way. I've got to be lazy and get on the boat. All the way. Oh, that's...
Go straight up.
It's such a relief. The music's still going. The You Are Really Late music. But we are fast approaching the end of the journey. Oops. We are there.
Turn right.
Round the corner. Oh, the style. Budweiser lorry just there was.
Get ready to turn right. Turn right.
You know what? That would be fantastic. Get in there. I've never actually sort of done it as yet. I know another person that I stream with every so often, and they where do they want me to park it? Let's try and do it. After all of that, look, I'm gonna try and park the trailer properly. Always love this bit because it's like you either get it right first time, or you're gonna make yourself look like a right melon. But it'd be, yeah, really good. It's like the only I've got American Truck Simulator, but I've just so limited on content with it, and it will be. I will get it up to date one day. But I've only got Arizona, and it's not the greatest of maps to keep you occupied. Like, you know, it's like desert, a few rocks here and there, and a bit of tumbleweed, but on the whole, mainly desert. I've got no pedals either. Like, so some of you may have noticed I do some weird like driving. That's going the wrong way completely now because I'm all confused and crossed up. With my steering wheel's up to right now, it's the right way round. Yeah, that would be like. This is hard work parking. What about this? That'll do. We've made it to the end. What did I get? Look how much I lost. Look, the late penalty. 150k. Meaning that with that amount of lateness, I just come out of that job with a measly 98k. A measly 98k. Where's my favourite truck? Trailer manager. Are they on mods on? That one, that one, that one. There we go. That's my favourite. There's my little favourite. Yeah, so we'll get that sorted out and whatever. And I think like now, did I remember right the other day? You turned around and said you've got a VTC or you're in a VTC or something. I'm not sure. I can't remember. I thought I heard something. I've got no idea what it's all about, but it's like, yes. Yeah, so Truckers MP, I think it's about 3 days ago, they got the support ready for 1.50. So it's like glory to us all now because we can now all pile in, ATS or ETS and whatever, and it's like we can all drive around. I just wish you could have mods, like so you could have all your own trucks and trailers and things like that. So I used that one. Did I use that one? So that's gone to Amsterdam, and I won't do that just yet. Yeah, so it'll all be pretty good. I am really, as far as like the VTCs and stuff like that goes, like I'm pretty sure it's the same in it. You all join up together. You go in the room. You talk together. You take the job. You go and do your job, or you do your jobs, or whatever it is, and you just generally have fun. No, but not. I can't see it being much different to play. But I've heard that there are literally there are VTCs that they actually treat it like it's like a legitimate job. And if you don't turn up for work, you get the sack and thrown out. I thought there's no way. I thought that can't be true. Well, that can't be true. There's me trailer. Where's me truck? See, that's me Van Halen trailer. There's a big picture of Eddie Van Halen on the back of it somewhere. Do I have to do the configure? Oh, there it is. Is that it? Here we go. There you go. See? check that. That's mad, isn't it? With like, it's a game, guys. You don't have to treat it that serious. But yeah, but like, I'm all in for that. I would love it. Like, sort of some cross streaming and whatever. See how it goes. Some private. Like, I do play it quite a lot. There have been occasions where I've literally kind of on and off given and take like dinners and things in the middle. I have done some like 16-hour days on this game. It's like we've just done in that trip there 4 hours 17 minutes, and it's if it wasn't for the fact that in about an hour and a half I've got to go out again, I would probably have done like another journey. So yeah, I'll check it all out. I'll get hooked up in the Discord at some point. Well, I'm hooked up in your Discord, but yeah, I'll get on it and might even maybe chat later or something about it, and then like get going. I'll get some stuff as well lined up for like American Truck Simulator. But it was like I was hoping. I mean, more ads are about to start. That's a different ads message. um, we'll eventually start getting some stuff to add on to American Truck Simulator. But I looked at it the other day and I thought, okay, well, I'll wait now until it crops up in a sale again over end of summer or something like that and start getting it together, because it's like I've kind of thought if I did it now, it's a good couple of £100 worth. But it's like we'll get hold of it. Right. So anyway, that's going to do it for me. I feel like I should just go to bed now, but I can't go to bed because I've got a few things to do. But I will get some sleep, and I'll be back on at some point later on today, maybe about this time, in 12 hours' time, about 8 o'clock. But my time, it's 10 to 8 now, so about 12 hours. By the time I've gone and done what I've done, and then I've crashed and then woke up again, should be kind of there and thereabouts. And well, we'll see where we go. But it is, well, I don't even know what day it is now. It's like I'm a bit confused. Tuesday. We will probably do another all-nighter again tonight. So we shall see. It has been glorious and the most fantastic thing in the world to have all of you present with little old me tonight. Some of the stories that you've been telling, it's been absolutely glorious, and I will look forward to it. So now, right, grab the right mouse, Riki, and we shall check out. Where's my button? Where are we looking at? To uptime tags. One viewer, 3 viewers. Who's got some viewers? This fella's got 16 viewers. I've got no idea who he is or what languages we speak. Espanol, Argentinian, I can't see, but he's got 16 viewers. We'll go and rattle up this fella. Anyway, for every single one of you, thank you for joining me this evening, and I look forward to seeing you all again.